for BASF, in addition, of course, to the president of the UNGCNI and CMD of ONGC group, and that's Dr. Alka Mittal, and of course, our very own Vaishali Sinha, who is the chair of this particular summit. And she is going to be hosting the spotlight today. Before we go on to the spotlight, just a couple of thoughts of what happened yesterday. I think what was clear is we all know that there's a problem. Some really horrible statistics came out. Like, for example, a woman is 14 times more likely to die in an environmental disaster. So we cannot keep gender and climate separate. We have to understand that we have to come together and we have to solve this problem. What's very clear is we need to get more women into this sector, and the women that are in this sector need to have a greater voice. Women on the ground are multitasking all day. They understand what the challenges are, and they need to be heard. And those were key messages that came out yesterday. There was also the launch of the PwC UN report, which was on climate control and women and the gender response. So we launched that with PwC yesterday. And today, Vaishali is going to be taking Robin Grew into the spotlight. And, we're really excited about having her with us. So Vaishali, as most of you will know, but I do want to introduce her briefly again because people are dipping in and out of the sessions. She's the chair of the UNGCNI, GES, this Gender Equality Summit for 2022. But she's also chair of the Renew Foundation and the Chief Sustainability Officer of Renew Power. She has a number of different other hats that she wears. She does a lot of work with think tanks, etc., etc. So Vaishali, thank you for being here. I would also now like to introduce Robin to you all. Robin is the Global COO and General Counsel, as well as the head of ESG and the head of Man Group US. And she's a member of the Man Group Senior Executive Committee. And her role encompasses responsibility for the firm's infrastructure, operations, technology, compliance, legal, human resources, talent, business operational risk, financial crime, and corporate facilities functions. So everything, basically. She was previously Man Group's Chief Administrative Officer, and before that was Global Head of Legal and Compliance, having previously been Man GLG's Chief Compliance Officer. And before joining Man GLG in 2010, Robin held senior positions at Barclays Capital, and prior to that at Lehman Brothers and Life. Robin is a qualified barrister and has worked in the investment industry since 1994. She's chair of the Man Group's Drive, which is about diversity and inclusion, and that's a steering committee that they have. And in addition to that, she's the senior sponsor of Man Group's LGBTQ plus network and Pride at Man. She's been a key driver behind Man Group's Paving the Way campaign, which creates a pathway for diverse candidates to enter and succeed within the financial services industry. So with that, I am going to hand over to Vaishali, and I'm sure this is going to be a really exciting session. Vaishali, over to you.
Thanks, Vandana. Thank you so much. And once again, Robin, really appreciate you joining, quite late your time, but, it's a real privilege to have you at this session and very grateful for the time you've taken out. As I'd mentioned, the spotlight session is rather special, and we've had two representatives from the financial sector. So shows how critical this sector is in our fight against climate. And we've also had a representation from the grassroots, one of the very eminent woman leaders who works in Seva. I'm sure you've heard of it. So this year's spotlight session has been really well-rounded in terms of touching New York and Gujarat and Mumbai. So pretty global. I think this is something we've learned from COVID to take advantage of the virtual platform. And we've made sure we've done it this time. Just to, before we begin today's session, where we are going to be discussing breaking stereotypes, up and equal, diverse and inclusive leadership in climate recovery. I just wanted to, set the context a little bit here. The 2030 agenda, which we are all working towards, recognizes that rising imbalances are not only an obstacle to our journey and human development, but also an infringement of shared standards, values, and people's inherent sense of fairness, and rightfully so. Leaving no one behind is a recurring and overarching objective in the 2030 agenda and also for the SDGs. This becomes even more critical in our collective effort to drive climate action. Based on the recent findings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, it is evident that people who are already most vulnerable and marginalized will experience the greatest impacts of climate change. That's not a good situation, and really we must all do something about it. And discussing is the first step. Of course, we're working towards taking action. While a lot is also talked about the disproportionate impact of climate change on women, not much is understood or discussed when it comes to other marginalized genders. The LGBTQIA+ community is one such group. It is therefore imperative to have a strong, diverse, and inclusive leadership across every sphere of climate action. And today we're going to understand how is it that we can work to make this transition a just one, a fair one, and a more inclusive one. And also try and understand things we don't just understand and are important for us to do. So Robin, my first question to you is, as a leader in one of the largest investment firms in the world, with some of the best practices, I've spoken to you one-on-one. Can you share some of the highlights, challenges, experiences that have shaped your impact, your leadership style? And so we get to know a little bit about that as we kick this conversation off.
Delighted, and thank you very much, Vaishali, for inviting me to this event. It's a pleasure to be joining you today and to speak to everybody. When we talk about leadership styles, I think if I'm allowed to do this, and I talk about how I've grown as a leader, my style is one of inclusivity from the get-go. It is important to me to empower people around me to be themselves and to indeed give me the value and the richness of their difference in conversation. I think that sense of ensuring that you have difference at the table, to challenge your preconceived ideas, to bring different perspectives, is incredibly important if you and the organizations you work for are to be relevant and are to be the very best they can be. I think for most people who are listening today and participating in this conference, we all know that we are better for having more content, more points of view, more enriched conversations and discussions. And it is that imperative, which means we have to work to have more difference in our organizations and in our lives more generally, so that we are able to come up with better solutions to some of the things that we're talking about today. The criticality of addressing climate change needs the smartest and the best minds to come together to come up with the best ideas and thought processes. And that means we have to have more representation for those people that, quite frankly, just aren't at the table at the moment.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you. And I think a very important point you made was we must allow people to be themselves. For sure. And often, absolutely, most people at the workplace are just trying to be someone else to get ahead. And that creates a lot of complexities at the workplace.
It absolutely does. I think, when you talk about underrepresented groups, and let me talk a little bit about the LGBT plus community. You hear it all the time, that what you see is that people come to work and they code switch, or they change their style in order to fit in. That whilst they're trying to do their jobs, they're also pretending to be something because they want to be accepted within that environment. It's incumbent upon all of us as leaders, and indeed any of us in our lives, to ensure we're creating safe spaces where actually we celebrate that difference. We don't ask people to leave it at the door before they check in and sit at their desks. We actually say to them, listen, we don't want you to have that burden. We want to create an environment where you are celebrated for that difference, because that difference adds value in and of itself to the conversations and the complexities of our businesses, or the solutions we're trying to find for our firms, or indeed for the broader sense of climate change. So it is incredibly important, the environments that we all create are more than just looking for diversity, they're looking for inclusion, and they're looking for equity. We're looking to provide people with equal opportunity to participate, be heard, and be valued.
Absolutely, Robin, and very well highlighted. And, we use these terms so loosely sometimes, without really understanding the sensitivities around these terms. Like, I feel, a little bit upset when I see a woman chairperson being addressed as, why chairman, chairwoman, just a chairperson, and I think
just a chair,
just
even.
a chair, yeah, just a chair,
right?
Just a chair, yeah, and so we must change these words in our corporate dictionary, and not only corporate but beyond as well. So very well highlighted. And so my next question is around your experience in the corporate sector. And,
yes.
I know that's been really interesting in terms of how you grew up there. And, perhaps your last name, sorry, that's just a bad joke. But,
or maybe not, I'm only 5'2", you know that.
Yeah, but that's physical. I mean, how you grew up. Otherwise, that was just a joke. But what are the couple of impactful, interventions, initiatives you have seen at the corporate level? And I want to add a little bit to this. You worked in England and now you work in the US. Any
yes.
first observations which would be useful for us to know? Because I know every geography has a different nuance. I mean, and we discuss this all the time on various issues, be
yes.
it, diversity, inclusion, various things. How they may work in South Asia is a little different from how it works in Europe and UK and US. So some color on that would be helpful as well.
For sure. Let me take the first part of that question first. What are the things that I think have made a difference culturally in organizations? I think having proper sponsorship of diversity, equity, and inclusion is incredibly important in organizations. It is for sure needed to have a top-down approach to your commitment to understanding that these issues are important. It's equally important to nurture and support the grassroots efforts. So in my firm right now, we have this thing called Paving the Way. It's a campaign that is driving our efforts to have better pathways for people into our industry. And it's an industry thing. It's not a my firm particular thing. It's not a Man Group thing alone. It's about making our industry a better place for all types of underrepresented groups so they can see a pathway to success. But at the same time, within Man Group, we have our own networks. We have networks that are supported, are sponsored, are given money, work their own events, look at their own communities, and do specific events and thought processes and reach outs for those particular communities. So be it Pride, so LGBTQ+, be it Black employees, be it women, be it families. And alongside that, we'll have networks that are looking at cross events, so neurodiversity, social mobility, or disability, or next generation. How do we actually support these initiatives across the horizontal of an organization as well as the vertical? But you said something that's quite important, which is around policies. and supporting your organization with real policies. So I'll give you another example. We don't have something at Man Group that we call maternity leave or paternity leave. We instituted something called parental leave. It's gender neutral. And we offer effectively all new parents globally 18 weeks full pay, irrespective. And that's about leveling the playing field. It's about recognizing that sometimes in hiring practices, people are reluctant to hire women for fear that they may lose them to their families. We're saying it's not about losing women to their families, it's about supporting families and enabling any new parents to have a break. That's a huge change in the way that people start to think about families, the responsibility of men and women in any firm. And that can be adoptive parents as well as biological parents. So in terms of breaking things, sort of break policies, have senior leadership, nurture support, give money to networks that drive change and bring about discussion. So that creates that inclusivity at a very basic level. The second part of your question, I'm in New York right now. It's very dark outside, but I've also lived in Japan, lived in Tokyo for 2.5 years. So, and you're right. There are very different ways of thinking about diversity and equity and inclusion and inclusivity generally in different countries. There's no doubt that the story of a Black British person is different from the journey of a Black American person. They are different journeys. And indeed, if you take things like gay marriage, something that was pioneered really within London and Europe, and then only followed in the US. And indeed, there are many countries still around the world that criminalize homosexuality. These are the things that you need to bring education into an organization. And some things you can break, and you can say things like the parental leave policy, we're going to do that globally. But other things you need to be more sensitive. There are different journeys, different experiences, and you need to listen to those experiences and make them relevant for the people in that jurisdiction. You can't, there isn't one size fits all. The beauty of this, the richness of it, is that it's different. And if it's hard, okay. And if it's difficult, well, maybe you're doing it right. If you're starting to have difficult conversations, then maybe you're doing it right.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you. And, very, very thought-provoking, as I said, words, which we are looking at, not maternal leave, paternal leave. And the policies at the workplace must change, Robin. And if I could give some color from India, it's also our social and cultural environment, which must change, because a woman who is on a steep career curve at the workplace, when she takes, leave to have a child, people still feel that it's not good enough. Why didn't she leave her job to take care of the child? And it often comes from other women in a similar situation, yes. Right? And when a male does that, I have a cousin who lives in London. He's a partner in one of the leading financial institutions of the world. We all envy. And, he took the paternal leave, and people were like, and despite his becoming a partner just a few months ago, and he said, well, I met my targets. I want to hang out with my son. And people were like, did something go wrong? And that is the mindset we really must change. And unless we bind fathers to their children as they grow up, they will never take on the responsibility to do more, as women have to step out and do more at work. And I always say this, and I keep saying this again and again, and we have to step back to let our partners do more at home.
You are spot on. Let me give you another great example, which we pull people up on just by way of language, because it's a really important point, is how many people on this call will have heard their male colleagues or friends saying, oh, I've got to go. I'm babysitting tonight. And the curious conversation is the one that I always follow that. Babysitting, whose children are you babysitting? Mm-hmm. And 99% of the time they say, well, my kids. And I said, oh, so you're not babysitting, you're parenting.
Mm.
It's a really important thing and it's, by the way, it's about supporting men. You know, this concept that men don't want to be with their families is completely untrue. It is a social norm for men to feel like they don't have the right. They don't have an opportunity to look after their kids. We have to protect that part of the argument as well. We have to ensure that we are recognizing that parents are parents and their gender is not the thing that makes them a parent. It's them being parents together. And that men want to parent and women want to parent. And by the way, women want to go to work and men want to go to work. And we have to support every version of that. But I can tell you that if you only end up with men in your workplace, you will not have the benefits of and richness of women and perspectives that we desperately need to be better at what we do.
Yep. Well said, Robin. And, I want to come to climate change and, ESG a little bit. It's amazing to see how investors have really set the agenda and really swung the focus and prioritization. It has got, at least in the corporate agenda, in the global agenda, at a national level. More needs to be done, I think, at the grassroots, because much more action needs to be taken in certain geographies, in certain marginalized communities. So, as we prepare ourselves to face the adversities of climate change, and also what needs to be done in the private sector, can you talk a little bit about the role diversity and inclusion can play in driving climate change? I know we've been talking about the agenda which we need to build for women, but can we talk about the broad agenda? It's not understood, Robin, and pardon my stating the fact, but this broad agenda is not understood, and I can say in South Asia, less understood, less discussed. So the more you bring it to the agenda in this conversation, I'm hoping at least we can amplify it a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. There is no doubt an intersection between diversity, equity, and inclusion and ESG. Many challenges are the same. And the truth is that each can contribute to enhancing our success as asset managers, for example, while also benefiting society as a whole. It's clear that we have to think about intergenerational equity. We have to start thinking about our responsibilities to providing value in asset management, for example, today, and ensuring that we service pensioners today. But we also have a responsibility to the pensioners of tomorrow, to our children and our grandchildren. So let's think about climate change in the mix of that. There is a stark misalignment globally in terms of the countries which are the highest emitters of greenhouse gases versus the countries are most acutely vulnerable to negative impacts of climate change, as you've probably been hearing yesterday and you'll probably hear more about today. We know that the increase, say, in severe weather, flooding, heat waves, certain, and freezing, disproportionately impacts poorer populations and makes our world far less equitable. So you're seeing this great move between also the socioeconomic difference between the rich and the poor becoming poorer and the rich becoming richer, or able to avoid some of the issues with climate change. Data is also showing us that countries with higher levels of gender equality take more action against and are less vulnerable to the impact of climate change. So you're also seeing that actually where you have inclusion, there is greater debate and there's greater action. So we see this is a social and equality issue. And society isn't just looking for equality in the parameters of gender. We're looking for equality and equity in the parameters of all representation. And that includes the LGBT plus space, or it includes ethnic diversities in non-white majorities. It talks about disability, neurodiversity. We can talk about any number of underrepresented populations. But what we have to recognize is without representation, we are not going to get true impact on social needs. And that is absolutely part of the S in the E, S, and G. So for me, I looked for, I think it was a UN report that said climate change and insecurity create compound risks for women and men, which demand solutions that integrate environmental, peace building, and gender equality goals. That's exactly what I think I believe at the heart, and I think probably, Shally, what you and I have talked about in those networks as well. So intersection between diversity, equity, inclusion and ESG. No doubt that we have a challenge on our hands with climate, but with broader social responsibilities. A huge overlap in achieving both of those things. And if we do redress that balance and have better and smarter voices at the table, you can see the data showing us you get better outcomes. That's got to be good. So that intersectionality across these issues, I think, is something that we all have to acknowledge and realize that it isn't just about solving the issues for those communities, it's involving the representation of those people to help us solve for those issues that we're facing today.
Absolutely. And thanks, Robin. And I think in the global south, we've seen that there is a disproportionate negative impact when you look at women, and they were least represented. So if we can take that away, and I think if we don't do enough for the youth, we're going to have them in a similar situation. So empowering them is important. There are a lot of, LGBTQ plus members, in organizations in India, and they, I'm sure, want to hear from you. Now, what is that one most important issue which you faced in this journey in your early days? And I guess sometimes it's just listening to successful people and their troubles and problems and challenges, which helps you get the confidence to take a leap. So your tips for them to take a leap, Robin?
I will give you, like many probably, I have plenty of examples of moments which were disappointing or which were perhaps even frightening. But I will tell you a moment that I think is incredibly important, and that is that moment when you realize that it is the entirety of your character that makes you strong and that gives you confidence. And that actually, if you are simultaneously trying to do your job and hide a section or a part of yourself, you're actually not being you. You're not delivering you. And if you do that, maybe you don't reap the successes, or you won't reap the successes that you deserve if you just let yourself be free. So let me talk about myself. Perhaps I am the type of person who finds it very difficult to be anything other than me. Perhaps I am the type of person who decided to go through a front door and have harder knocks sometimes. But what that also enabled was the mentors around me and the managers around me who saw the whole of me and was able to say, I'm going to deploy Robin at this particular issue because she's quite good at that stuff. It allowed them to see my talents as well as the stuff that I need to develop. And by the way, I still need to develop. And by seeking out those people who are going to support you, sponsor you, mentor you, you do that only if you can do so as an authentic whole individual. So my advice to people is put yourself in an organization that's going to support you. Understand that an organization owes you a place where you can be yourself and where you can succeed. And if an organization is not giving that to you, and you are bright and you are talented, go to one that will, because you are worth every part of an organization's support. If you work hard and you're smart and you want to do the right thing, don't undersell your value here. I think that's critical.
Thanks, Robin. Very, very powerful words. Value yourself. If you don't value yourself, who else will? And also, it's just, never been a better time to be a part of, I would say, the less advantaged, the marginalized groups, because organizations are really being incentivized to do more and make workplaces more inclusive. So there's always a glass half full, and let's look at it and let's be positive and let's move ahead with that positive energy. I see Vandana has popped up on the screen, and I know it's time to call it a chat. But just one last question, Vandana, before we wrap this up. Robin, you're a role model to many, and we'd like to know, who has been your role model if you had to pick one up?
That's a really great question, and a difficult one, actually. I think when I look at role models, I look at perhaps some faces that might not be known, but in the fight for civil rights, what you find are people who are the people who got angry. Then they're not the corporate people, they're the people who got cross and did something brave. And if you think about the people, the black drag queens in Stonewall riots, who were really the people who we stand on their shoulders with their high heels, but we stand on their shoulders. It is those people are the people who I look to say they're role models because they believed it, they stood up for it, and they were brave and courageous. And I think we all want to live our lives being brave and courageous. And I think we want to be able to look ourselves in the mirror and know every single day you make a bit of a difference. If I can do that, it gives me enormous pride. In fact, it's probably the most important thing for me, is to be in a position where I can help other people be the very best themselves. So when I talk about a role model, strangely, I know it's a bizarre thing to say, but I come back to those drag queens in Stonewall, and you think about the braveness and their courage in the face of absolutely nothing. They had no money, they had no support, the laws were against them, and they were in a society that wouldn't support them. And they were intersectional. They were black, they were gay, they were men, and they didn't look like you or me. That's something, and we forget the power of that. So I hope, Vaishali, that's a good enough answer to you, but I hope I'm just an ounce of that.
Brilliant, and so well put, Robin. Every ounce makes a pound, as they say, and all the best to you for your courage, your journey, and thank you for taking out the time to be on this spotlight session, very late New York time. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure there are many out there. I know I have got messages to have one-on-one sessions with you. So, perhaps when you are here in India, we'll organize more conversations like this. And we'll tell you a little bit about the challenges we face here, which are different, and perhaps think about solutions. So thank you once again for being with us.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Vaishali and Robin, for a wonderful, wonderful conversation. So many amazing points came out. Look, let's start valuing the richness of the differences that we have. Let's allow people to be themselves. We have to bring in equity as well as inclusion. It's not a nice to have, it's the must have. And, I loved your points, Robin, about leveling the playing field. We shouldn't be losing people to marriage. We shouldn't be losing people to their families. We should be supporting those families. So let's break policies to drive change and create discussion. I think another really great point that you brought up was everyone has different journeys. So it's almost not just about walking in their shoes, but it's also feeling the baggage that they have brought on that journey, not just from this generation, but from previous generations. So in order to do that, we are going to have uncomfortable conversations. And Vaishali, I think you did such a superb job of just having a real conversation. There was no uncomfortableness, but these are issues that as Indian society and as global society, we still need to deal with. And I think just two more points that I want to bring up. One is that in some ways, what you were saying is we need to step back in order to step forward. When it comes to the men in our lives, let's step back, let them take a bit more of a lead in everything that's going on at home so that we can move forward. And the intersection between diversity, equity and inclusion and climate change, it's huge. And without representation, we really can't understand or change what's needed to bring better outcomes. So we need to solve by involving, solve by involve. That's really what we need to do. So thank you so much. That was a fantastic session. For our audience, we are going to be back at 11:30 sharp on this same link. So just click, save this link, come back on this link, and we're looking forward to a panel discussion with Dr. Shalini Sareen in the hot seat moderating. So see you all at 11:30 India time. Thanks again, Robin. Thanks very much, Vaishali.
Good night, Robin.
Good night.
Thank you, Vandana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vandana. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Pradeep. Can you hear me?
Hi, good morning. Yes,
Hi,
yes,
good
I can.
morning. Yeah, I can see you and I can hear you as well.
Right.
Right, we have some time to go for the next session, but you can stay on the screen.
Right.
I mean, you can put your video off if you need to. Absolutely,
Sure.
as per what you would like to do.
Hi, good morning, Dr. Pradeep.
Hi, Salini. Long time.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
So where are you based now?
Yeah, I'm based in Mumbai, Salini, and
Okay.
currently I'm with L&T, as you know.
Yes, yes, yes.
Right.
Look forward to hearing from you in this session. And I hope the questions that I had posed during our email exchange is fine with you,
Absolutely.
unless you want something additionally added. But
Right.
feel free to respond to any of the other questions which I asked the other panelists too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Absolutely. I can hear you and I can see you as well.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi, Ashwin. I'm Vandana. I'm going to be I call myself the GC as opposed to the MC. I am not the master of ceremonies. I'm the guider of ceremonies. A completely made up term because I was fed up of the connotation of master.
Hi.
Hi, Ashwin.
Hi.
So Shalini, I'm going to be obviously introducing you. And then I'm going to mention the names of the people on your panel, but then I'm going to hand it over to you to do any more than that.
Sounds good. Sounds good to me.
Just one thing, on my screen, I see a very small Zoom video or Zoom window. I don't know if there's something with the link or.
I see you all, so I guess you'll have to check at your end.
Is it that you're seeing your video small? It's because
I just see let me do one thing. Let me quickly try to log in again.
All right. Okay. You just need to maximize your window. That's it.
Okay, it's fine. It's actually a very interesting topic, as in trying to bring two things together, and I was doing some research and other things. It's a very interesting topic to tie up gender and the whole focus on sustainability.
Climate change. Yeah, absolutely. And Ashwin, you and I haven't been able to have a chat prior, but the questions that I sent out, I hope that's fine with you. Otherwise,
no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Can I just interrupt for a second? We are actually streaming on YouTube at the moment. Just wanted to let you both know.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So yes. So we are going to get started in 10 minutes, but just to let you know that if you're chatting, you are on YouTube with everyone too.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to put myself on mute till we get started.
Likewise.
Great.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Raksha. Hi, Raksha.
Hi. I'm just changing the background to ensure that I am at the same background. Hello. Nice to see you all.
Likewise, looking forward to hearing from you and your experiences.
Thank you.
We'll have a couple of minutes more, and Vandana will.
I'll do an introduction. Hi, Raksha. I'm Vandana. Raksha, just to let you know, we are streaming live on YouTube at the moment as we wait for the speakers to come in.
Okay.
Yeah. Just so that you're aware.
Sure.
Good morning, everybody. For those of you who have joined us early, we will be starting at 11:30 sharp. So it's good to have you here. Thank you for joining in early. But just so that you know, we will be starting at 11:30 sharp. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just to let you know, we'll be starting in 3 minutes. And so it's your last chance to go get that cup of coffee or water, etc., etc. Also, just to let you know that we're not actually taking questions through the sessions today. If you have any specific questions, I suggest you perhaps email them in. We will look through the chat box, but I can't guarantee that people are going to be able to answer any questions because the moderators have already got their questions set. I'll leave that up to them, but there wasn't any scope in the sessions to do Q&A with the audience. What the fantastic moderators have done is they've actually talked to wide groups of people to come up with the questions that they have. So thank you for those of you who have put thoughts in. We will try to resolve them through the chat box, but no promises because we've got a lot going on today. So thank you for that. And 2 minutes to go until we get started. Thank you. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We have people from all over the world. Earlier today, we had Robin Grew, who was actually talking to us from New York, where it was almost midnight. And she was being interviewed by the chair of this GES summit, who was in Paris, where it was 5:30. So we are being very global. So I think we're going to need to invent something for, like a good day, but it can't have day or night in it. So I'll say that. Welcome to everyone. That might be the easiest thing to say. I'm your guider of ceremonies, Vandana Saxena, and delighted to have you all back for this next session. Now, at the end of the day, I think you all know that the purpose of this summit, and this is the 5th summit, is towards a gender responsive climate commitment, because you cannot separate women and the challenges that are happening with climate change. As we found out yesterday from one of our speakers, women are 14 times more likely to be impacted because of climate challenges. A lot of the decisions that have been made over the last 100 years or 200 years have been from male-dominated organizations, and 70% of the poorest in the world are actually women, and it is adversely impacting them. So I'm delighted that we've got Dr. Shalini Sarin here, who's going to be taking us through this session. This session is called Inclusive Technology and Innovation in Mitigating Climate Crisis, Opportunity and Challenges. Now, Dr. Shalini Sarin, I would like to introduce you to her very briefly. She has experiences that range from being the global chief people officer to leading sustainable social business. She absolutely believes in value creation through a compelling purpose. And she's very big on intangibles like capacity building, because she knows the difference that this can make to the people who really need to be empowered. She's worked across India, Europe, the US in regional and global roles. She's certified from INSEAD on the International Directors Program and Sustainable Business Strategy from Harvard Business School. She's authored many articles and presented at various Indian and international conferences. Now, at the end of the day, why are we doing this panel? Look, we know from all the statistics that are thrown at us, STEM and tech are a male-dominated bastion. But the truth is that the most vulnerable in the world need gender equitable tech and innovation. And this session focuses on how promoting digital inclusion, innovation and technology can bridge gender inequities, improve and empower women across all sectors, whether they're, trying to just earn a livelihood or they are women running massive enterprises. So, Dr. Shalini, I think you've got an absolutely fantastic panel from what I can see. So just to very briefly just mention who is on the panel, we have Ashwin Yardi, who's the CEO of Capgemini India. Welcome. We have Pramila Kalev, COO of Zensar Technologies from my adopted home city of Pune. So lovely to have you. Divya Sharma, who is Executive Director of the Climate Group. And also we have Raksha Agrawal, who is the Director, Head of Talent Acquisition India and Technology Recruiting for APAC for SAP. So welcome to all our panelists, and I will now leave you in the capable hands of Dr. Shalini Sarin.
Thank you very much, Vandana. That was a fantastic introduction and also setting the tone for this session. And like you've already called out the names, we've absolutely an amazing panelist here. And it ranges from the business leader to operations head to talent to the managing director. So I think it couldn't have been more diverse from Mumbai, Pune, Delhi, and across India at least. So yes, we've been talking about breaking the biases, and one of the biases that I face in this climate change, like Vandana has already set the tone for, is men are better at technology, And also that today we are at that cusp or the juncture where there's a huge transition or transformation happening in the energy space from fossil fuel to clean energy. And if I may summarize into the 4 Ds that are happening is decarbonization or renewables, which throws up a lot of opportunity because we don't have to go far away in the city with those, out and beyond coal-fired plants, but it is more, the second D is it is digitized, it is connected, it is smart, and therefore that throws up a lot of opportunities for connected and electronics. It is decentralized and distributed and decoupled, and this throws up many more opportunities. And I think if we do not invest enough in skilling, which is the biggest tsunami that is going to hit us, and since my background is more HR and in the last decade sustainability, I'm always tempted to look at that lens, which is really going to be a tsunami hitting us with AI, ML, which is going to alter the resource allocation across geographies, across economies, the Internet of Things that promises billions of devices on the web with autonomous communication, the smart houses, the smart transportation, smart grids, which increases the economic flow and lower transaction cost to make it easier. So without much ado, I'm very, very delighted to invite my first speaker, Ashwin, who's the CEO of Capgemini. Ashwin, if you can share with us what Capgemini India is geared to achieve the net zero target, what is the role women are playing in this, and then maybe I'll ask you 1 or 2 more questions before we move to the next speaker.
So thanks, Pramila, Shalini, for the introduction, and again thanks UN for having such an esteemed panel around me. So I hope to learn a lot during this session. And it's interesting topic. It actually combines 2 of UN's SDG goals. So SDG 5, which focuses on gender equality, and at the same time SDG 13, which focuses on climate change. So it's a very interesting topic. At Capgemini, what we've been doing is, the whole sustainability drive is directly done at the topmost level from the group CEO itself. And what we also been doing is being very systematic and scientific about it. So every time there is a new regulation guideline, we ensure we adapt to the latest one. And what was interesting, if you would all have noticed, the recent COP26 actually sharpened the guideline for any company for carbon net zero or carbon net neutral. And what's good is it really pushes the commitment very strongly for all organizations. So in line with SBTi guidelines, which came up during the COP29, and the main underlying theme, if you all noticed, is any organization which really wants to be carbon net zero needs to reduce and not offset, reduce its carbon footprint by 90% to a reference year. So keeping that in mind, we have really accelerated our program. So what we have set ourselves as an ambition is to be carbon neutral for our own operations by 2025. So primarily covering the scope 1 and scope 2. And then for our entire supply chain, working very closely with our partners to be carbon net neutral by 2030. And set a much ambitious target, much faster than 2050 to be carbon net zero. And again, I want to highlight, the key part is aligning to the SBTi guidelines of being 90% reduction and not by offsets. What we have done is for each of our large countries, and India becomes a very large country for Capgemini Group with more than 50% of Capgemini Group in India. we have broken this down by goals for every year. Now, for our business, we have much lesser carbon footprint. Really, we don't manufacture as such. We have some data centers, some some infrastructure for sure. So our priorities first is, of course, move to renewable energy, and our plan is to be completely on renewable energy by 2025. In fact, just last week we discussed internally, we would probably look at being completely renewable by 2024. Globally, we are also making significant progress in India. We are fortunate, we have big campuses in India, and I'm very happy to say now almost 30+% of our power is renewable, and half of it is generated on our campuses. Okay, in peak COVID, we installed around 5 megawatts of solar power. So what it's a big focus. The second big focus where we have energy footprint is around commuting, because that's probably our larger share of energy footprint. So globally, we have moved to, especially in Europe, we almost by end of the year will move to entirely renewable car fleet. We have embarked on the same journey in India. Of course, as you all know, the renewable car fleet or bus fleet is still limited. We started that journey, and significant part of our fleet, especially our car transport, is moving to renewable. Just to share, across India, we now have 560 electric charging stations on our campuses. We charge our own cars, and we'll open it up to our employees once they start coming back to office. So a lot of focus on renewable and a lot of focus on specific actions around the world. As I said, we have a plan by year for each of our large countries. And to your second part of your question, what's the role women have? This board reports, so we have a group board, which is what we call as net zero board. And one of the key lead, as in we have significant presence of women on that board. And one of the main leader of that board is, our group CSR head, who is a lady, our group CFO, who actually ensures we do all the investments, is a lady. So clearly, and we have a lot of women who are actually helping us build this infrastructure, including our facilities team. So to summarize, we have done a very comprehensive target and goal setting for Capgemini across the world and in India, in line with the SBTi guidelines. And clearly, women are helping us with the checkbook. As I said, it comes from our CFO directly, and also contributing in building the solutions for achieving these net zero goals.
Ashwin, that's an absolutely wonderful example, because then you're walking your talk and you're putting your money where your mouth is. And my last and second question before we go to the next panelist is, very often, Ashwin, I hear, while things may happen very well globally, when it starts to get implemented or rolled out to get women in the senior leadership position or at the board in India, we struggle and we say we are not able to find the right women or find the right capability. So I want you to throw some light on your struggle and how you are able to overcome that for people in decision making and people who hold the purse strings.
I think it's a very, very valid question. And interesting part, when we normally talk about STEM education and women in especially in technology, I think in India we have a unique situation, and in some ways it's very positive, and of course there is some negative side to it, which I'll call out. The positive side to it is, today when we hire campus graduates at entry level, and we hire a lot, the positive side is it's not very difficult, and every year we have 50% of women joining at entry point who are women. Okay. And I've seen so many global statistics on STEM education and other aspects. in some ways, India is privileged. I think 50% of engineers we are hiring today at volumes are women. But then comes the bigger problem statement which you called out is by the time they are in their mid-career, the ratio drops significantly. And we all know the reasons, several reasons. So what have we done? We've done a few things. First, we have ensured even before COVID, there are enabling infrastructure and policies for women to continue work even in difficult times or during the key moments of their personal careers, especially when they are on maternity. So, much before COVID, we launched a flexi work policy. We launched women could work from home much longer. We've also actually seen that when they take a break, and usually it could be 6 months maternity leave, they immediately fall back. Okay. So what we actually, again, if the women's open to it, we let them, we give all the infrastructure to them that while they are on leave, they can continue to build their skills. So they get specific training programs which they can continue with even on leave. So they don't feel left out in building the skills. While we've done this, we also created a lot of infrastructure. So most cities, we have big campuses, and all our campuses have one of the best daycare centers. I'm very proud of them. Of course, now they're shut due to COVID, but we'll reopen them. Incidentally, what I'm also proud is half of the daycare center facilities are used by males. And I'm very proud when they get their child to Capgemini Daycare Center, their spouse is working for somebody else. And I'm happy about it, because then she doesn't have to quit her employment. So a lot of focus on facilities and policies. But what we also done at each grade, as we have in our progression, we have a program for our women talent. So different names, there is a, at 2 or 3 levels from the top grade, we have something called as Take Charge. Then there's another program called She Leads. And then what we also did is a focused sponsorship program. So in India, I have what we call as India Country Board, and we are around 20 of us who manage the India operations. Each one of us sponsors a women leader, to help them in their career. Okay. And we've seen it really helps. They progress when they really have a not only mentor but really a sponsor. And lastly, what we've done is every aspect of our business, we ensure there is a gender diversity data dimension captured. Okay, so if we are promoting women, there is a pay plan process. There is any reward and recognition. We don't have a quota, but what we tell is, if in that grade I have 40% women population, are the rewards and recognition and benefits equally distributed? Okay, they could be 39, they could be 41, they could be 45. I don't have a quota which says 40, but statistically at our scale, it should be equally distributed.
Great.
And we ensure that that's done, and it's helped us a lot in progressing in our overall gender progress.
Thank you. That is fantastic. And with this, I move over to our next speaker, and I'm delighted to introduce her, Premila Khalil, who's the COO of Zensar Technology. And I did have some conversation and chat with her prior to this and learned about the various initiatives that they are driving. So Pramila, if you can share with us a little bit, and especially when Zensar proclaims in your annual report, diversity drives sustainability at Zensar. What does that really mean? What are the barriers in India to get a gender responsive technology and innovation market and entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Dr. Shalini. First of all, delighted to be in this panel here with the UNGC and I. The UNGC is something very close to my heart and the heart of Zensar. We are a partner of UNGC. So delighted to be here. And Ashwin, thank you. Ashwin spoke for me and for several of us in terms of the initiatives that the corporate world is focusing on. So Dr. Shalini, I'll address the first question. I'll come to the Zensar part in the second half. So I mean, all of us have been through last 2 years. I mean, there's one way to look at last 2 years. Many of us want to write off the last 2 years. I do not want to write off the last 2 years. I think the last 2 years have taught us something we haven't learned in the last 3 decades. Right? A future can be very fragile, can be very unpredictable. And hence it brought our focus back to what does it mean to be resilient as a world, as a company, as a business, as an individual, as a leader. And being resilient is to me, is actually what will take us forward in the future. Something like this can happen around the corner again. That's been at the center of what I believe the last 2 years have taught us. And the other thing the last 2 years have taught us is suddenly the human race, and I'm amazed at how humanity turned out to be innovative and creative and respond to a situation which was not taught to any one of us, neither in the management books, nor in the leadership lessons we've ever learned what we had to do overnight. And we've survived. We've continued to grow faster than we grew before. So that, to me, I think the innovation and creativity are what will be required for organizations to move forward. And when we always talk about innovation, we are so focused on product innovation. We say technology innovation. We talk about process. We forget about people when we discuss innovation. And hence, when we, in the context of innovation and creativity, we ignore the gender equality, the gender biases, and the fact, a huge fact, that we are not tapping into the innovative quotient of women in the world. And I am a strong believer that women are extremely innovative, extremely creative. Given the social conditioning, at least in India, I mean, every single day you're creative, you're innovating. How do you do, more with less? How do you have 10 balls up in the air and still keep all of them up in the air? Right? You deal with a situation, you find workarounds. So there is an innate potential. However, I guess our social structuring, our conditioning is such that to be innovative out in the marketplace, to contribute to innovation, you require some skills, you require some competences. I think that is what women over the years in India have been deprived of. The ability to, if you look at how, I'm talking it's a general observation. I'm not talking about specific. Some of us may be different. But the fact is, socially, how we've been confined to roles which didn't give us too much of decision-making opportunity, too much of opportunity to make decisions on financial investments, to take risks, to decide for the family on, what could be a great idea, should we take a bet on it? Those decisions have been taken for women by, the men in their families. So while there is an innate potential, the ability to really, harness that is what we have not really done. So to me, to get innovation and creativity out there, get into mainstream, that is what the country requires, businesses require. How do you create an enabling environment in an organization to tap into what women can bring to the table in terms of create? And today we are in a world, Ashwin and I, we produce technology for customers, other customers consume it. But in the world of digital and technology, AI, ML, there's a humongous opportunity for us to close that gap in terms of where women are and what they can really do if you bring them into mainstream. Now, coming closer to the question that you talked about, why sustainability is so important for Zensar. So for us, Dr. Shalini, sustainability is not an initiative that one department or one function head has been tasked saying, okay, now you go and drive sustainability for Zensar. It's just become a way of life. For everything that we do, we look through the lens of sustainability. For example, if we just define our capital in the company as 6 capitals, all of us know about the financial capital and the balance sheets and how we measure ourselves, how industry measures us. Then we also talk about infrastructure. We know that. We talk about intellectual capital. We talk about human capital. But 2 other capitals which are equally important for us are what we call as a social capital. Now, social capital is the investment in the ecosystem that every business requires to succeed and grow, whether it is your suppliers, whether it's your partners, whether it is the society or the community where you really work. And the last one is the natural capital, right? Our commitment to making sure that there is a future that we are building which is sustainable for the next several generations of businesses, several generations of our families who will be there to really enjoy that. So all these 6 lenses are what we apply when we look at everything else. For example, in today's context, I will talk about the human capital because that's the topic here. So in human capital, again, untapped potential of women in the organization in terms of driving innovation, driving creativity or sustainability. So what we have tried to do in Zensar, we have struggled with the challenge. So to be very honest, it's not been an easy ride for us. I continue to be the senior most woman in the RPG group and the only woman in the immediate leadership team reporting to the CEO. But after me, there are 4 other women, and after that, there's several other women. So our journey the last 2 years is we got caught into this whole thing about looking at it as saying, oh, it's a supply problem. I said, oh yeah, we do want to have more women in decision-making roles, but where are they? So we said, okay, we did everything that is there in the rule book. We tried to give special incentives to the recruitment agencies. We got several referral programs saying, let's get women from outside. Can you refer women? We tried all of it. And we knew the needle wasn't moving much there for whatever reason. So then we said, we had to be innovative. I had to be innovative, break that barrier and say, step out of it and look at it the other way around. I said, why are we waiting for, the supply problem? I think it is a demand problem. And once we accepted that we should address the demand, supply will automatically be created. If we get the mindset that we have to do this, we shifted the focus to say, let's take a bet on Zensarians, right? What does it mean? First, hold on to the women that you have. It can't be a leaking bucket at one end. You are really nurturing and investing in your women and you lose them and then you try to then backfill that. Investing in women means what? I mean, of course, it is doing all the enabling policies, practices. All of us know that we've done. And Ashwin also shared several of them. We said we have to break the mold. 2 things. One, we said, I'm very proud we did it, is we used to have a women executive network, right? I was leading it because of my role and many women were leading it. And then we said, we are sitting here as women trying to second guess what do men think, right? And I want to build an enabling Zensar. 90% of the managers of the women in Zensar are still men because that is statistics. And I want to think what happens in the mind of a man when he has to choose, right? Who is best suited for this job? We said, let's tilt it around. We said the women executive network should have 50% men in the group. So we shifted that. We invited men to come and join our group. We said, we first ran any initiative by them saying, how do you think? How do you think men, we can empower them to make better decisions, sensitive decisions, be more inclusive? We began to think like them rather than just thinking like us. So that changed the way we could drive the programs. The second big one we said again is we want to kill the issue of supply. So we said, if you want to take a bet on women, we said we take a responsibility that all of us in the leadership, the top 40, 50 of us and every function head, we launched what we call as a no-dot policy. In the sense, in the organization structure, if Pramila Kalive is there, Pramila Kalive is directs. If there is no single woman there, then there is a big red dot in my box. So we said we have to go from several red dots to no dot. And systematically we said, can we all please put it up there, print your own org structure and let everybody see the number of red. It's okay, today you have all red dots. Can you work through it? And again, we said that this can't be that you wait for somebody else to get promoted to be eligible to report to you, which is the usual organization norm. We said, break the norm. We said, doesn't matter. Take a young woman from anywhere in the organization. She could just be a management trainee. She could be a 4 years experienced woman. Pull her up in the org structure to report directly to the function head or to the leader and create a role that is where she can deliver. It's in line with her experience, but that role only reports to you. And then we believe that will accelerate the learning of women. So that completely changed. And I'm very proud to say, I talked about the next 4 women and the next 25 women are all those, what I call the starfish in the company that we took a bet on. We broke and I started reporting the CEO maybe 15 years back when I was just a project manager. And then the CEO was Dr. Ganesh Natarajan. So we changed the way we think about it. And so I think these are some of the things which we said, kill the supply debate and then address the demand debate. You want to do it, again, be innovative, creative, we will find ways to do it.
Great, thank you very much. And that's a very innovative practice because we want to be able to change the paradigm, like Robin said in the previous call session, that what about maternal and paternal leaves going away into parental leaves, and how can women shed their traditional roles and step back to step up? So absolutely fantastic. So with that, I would like to move to my next speaker, Divya Sharma, who is the head of India Climate Group, and has a very fascinating career and lots of work that is done personally and professionally at an equity, diversity, and inclusion level. And Divya, if you can share with us what are the ways, where greater market awareness can be created to recognize the potential of innovation, because you work a lot at the grassroots level as well for women's needs. Is there an emerging space for women innovators, especially in clean energy, because that's where you kind of play? And I personally see a lot happening with this 4D transition. So over to you, Divya.
Thanks, Shalini, for having me here. And I think we have a great session today, these esteemed panelists, and I feel really honored to be part of this panel. Just answering to your question around market and innovation, Vandana has started this conversation very succinctly, putting together the fact that climate change affects women more severely as compared to men. And in the context of these different climate change realities, to build the climate awareness for innovation focused on women's needs, more women and people with diverse background must be at the forefront. We need more women innovators to make sure climate action is inclusive, just, and equitable. And I'm starting with the need, and then I'd like to speak a bit about challenge, and then perhaps come to the core of your question as to what should be done. Women are vastly underrepresented as innovators, entrepreneurs, and particularly in green tech. And there's a lot of work to do around these times. All of these is critical to addressing the climate emergency. And women's presence in these sectors is also crucial to address their specific needs, ideas, as well as perspectives. In general, access to resources is a crucial challenge women entrepreneurs face today. The structural challenges such as biases in funding need to be addressed to enable and empower women. So one is ascertaining that women and diversity in general needs to come to the fore. The other is to tackle the biases, the inherent and very explicit biases towards women in this area. To support women entrepreneurs in the green economy, a gendered lens is required in climate investments and other STEM fields. Besides this, there is a lack of mentorship and networking opportunities directed or designed for women. I really, I was listening to Ms. Kavela and I thought we need more of her. We need more of leadership that replicates what she has done at her company's level. Female-focused incubators and accelerator programs can allow women to meet key stakeholders and can help them overcome other challenges unique to startups, for example. The 1000 Women program, I would like to mention here, launched by IIM Bangalore and Goldman Sachs. It's launched to spot and nurture budding entrepreneurs and enhance their business knowledge across all relevant domains. And the program also provides access to capital to female entrepreneurs and networking and mentoring opportunities. And lastly, recognition of women's needs as different from men is also absent. So addressing these needs, recognizing the potential of innovations directed at them, requires women to be present at the decision-making tables, right from the grassroots levels, as you were mentioning just now, Shalini, and to governing bodies, to corporate boardrooms, and even parliament. Moreover, women need to bring to the table a different lived experience. And it's not the need, it's also the fact that women have a different lived experience and they have a different knowledge base and skill sets as compared to men, all of which can ensure more holistic, effective, and equitable climate action.
So Divya, we are actually preaching to the converted, and we know that people who are present in this audience are aware of the strengths that women bring and the limitations there are. I have one question for you, since you're working with the development agencies, the entrepreneurs, and the financiers. How easy or how difficult is it for women innovators to get access to capital? And what is your one advice for them?
All right. So I think the problem is both ways. So as our previous panelist spoke about supply and demand, one is having confidence in oneself and in the idea that one is wanting to put forward. The other is about information of the market and the places where should seek the capital, seek opportunities, and mentors in the same sector, whether they are men or women. Both ways it works not very efficiently at the moment. So work is needed at both ways, I would say. And I want to give example of what we have done in Climate Group, at least to see how we bring more and more women in the diversity of work that we do here in Climate Group. And as you know, we work across climate action and accelerating climate action, and we work with businesses as well as government. So our client is quite diverse. And as an organization also, we stand for sustainability, we stand for climate action, and we are conscious of various dimensions to climate action. What we are up to achieve is no easy feat. And for us to influence our key stakeholders, we need to build business ethos that are of highest standards and create an internal community of people who believe in themselves, feel included and appreciated. So both sides of the spectrum. In the past, we have been extremely conscious and deliberate in bringing in more and more female colleagues in the leadership role. And I'm happy to inform that we have many women in Climate Group at that level, starting from our CEO and CFO. 2 out of 3 regional directors are female, including myself. 50% of our executive management team are female, and more women who are heads of program than men in Climate Group. And very recently, and I'm coming to this larger discussion around diversity, we have set up the Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Committee in Climate Group to make sure we build an organization that values different voices and backgrounds while making use of the diversity in creating an inclusive, lively and respectful work culture. At the most fundamental level, Shalini, the representation of women is an essential first step. When women become leaders across all levels and sector, other women, be it women in local communities or even young women just starting their careers, they consciously or unconsciously see what is possible. And as women increasingly reach middle and senior leadership roles, mentoring and sponsorship of other women too becomes more common, thereby helping more women to rise to leadership. And I would say we've not reached there. We are still in transition. So it's not completely preaching the educated, you know, we need a lot that is to be done. And just last point to make as to the message to the young women is, please don't, and the message is that please don't slot yourself to a certain stage in your life. For example, marriage, to a certain age in your life. Don't slot yourself. You know, first decide to live your life fully, and then you will find more and more opportunities as you age and as you kind of take on your life through various stages. And it's a huge spectrum. And when you take all these ladders of your career and your personal life, you will realize what I'm saying is also true. Your life does not end at a specific stage of life. It goes on.
Thank you very much, Divya. And it's wonderful hearing the same message that you are echoing, which Pramila talked about, that it's not only the women who have to break the boundaries and of stage or age and kind of grab these opportunities. However, the investors too will be missing out if they are not able to tap the women potential of innovation and how you are trying to bridge the two.
Absolutely.
So with that, I move to a very different profile, and Raksha, very delighted to have you on this panel, because you will share with us the real struggles when Ashwin, Pramila, or Divya are struggling with resources. So which are the skills you find harder to get women for? How do you develop and bridge this gap? Is it inclusion or exclusive skills that you're looking for? And do you have more and more P&L leaders who hold the budget strings coming up as women leaders? Lots of questions rolled into one. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini. And it's absolute pleasure to be a part of this panel and hearing views from such esteemed guests here. I think what I would say is we need to look at some sustainable business models, before we try to solve for the problem. Let's figure out what are we trying to do, and when I talk about sustainable business models, probably, how can these be created for and by women? Second, probably, how can these be made more inclusive, more flexible, and more adaptive, right? So if I start talking about, at SAP, we believe that sustainability, or, and I'm talking about sustainability because that's where we will get into, what it is about. It's about what is the kind of, how do we get to zero inequality? How do we get to a place where we are embracing diversity and committing to an employable future for everybody, right? Now, if I talk about that, at SAP, when we look at it, it is not, it's a way we live. It's diversity, equity, and inclusion is the way of life. Like, Pramila also said, it's not that we're driving something, but it is the way of life for us. If I talk about women in management share at SAP, it is roughly about 28.4% at the moment, and we are striving hard to figure out how do we do that. Now, there are 4 key enablers. One is, we should have diversity, equity, and inclusion across all parts of the organization. It is not a specific boardroom, or it is about at a particular role or at a particular level, etc. We also need to have our inclusive entrepreneurship. What Divya also said, we need to look at saying, how are we making our women entrepreneurs also as successful or having access to funds as simply? Another thing is, how do we develop an inclusive workforce? Now, everybody in the workforce should have an equal opportunity to learn, grow, develop, and equal career opportunities, right? And when I talk about equal career opportunities, I am not saying that we do something specific or special for women. We just make sure that they have their psychological safety around them. They know that they will have equal sponsors in the leadership if they are capable enough and committed enough to in their own careers. We can create an environment, and driving the point that health and well-being is also very important, because any smart business will run with healthy people, and
sure.
Specifically for women, it has to be a sustainable way of operating. And I don't want to, straitjacket somebody here, but typically women are the last ones who take care of their health as well. Everything else comes as a priority for them, sure, other than their health.
Sure. Raksha, is there any, sorry, I'm interrupting you. Is there any particular skill that you really, really struggle with and which is going to grow as a tsunami? The requirement for that?
I think it's about women having the confidence to take up decision-making roles. I don't think it's about this. In the digital world and the digital age that we are, I think the access to this, we all have access to learning, right? And we can develop. I think it's about women being able to take those decisions. The tsunami, I think all of us, all technology organizations have seen that tsunami hit us, the requirement for all digital skills. I don't think that I can segregate on a particular skill here, Dr. Shalini, but I think that's what I would say.
Great. So we have 15 minutes more, and there's a rapid fire that I would like to do for all our esteemed panelists today. And I know there is no magic wand, But Ashwin, if you had a magic wand, what is that one thing that you would do to really move the needle? And when I say move the needle, I mean get women in decision-making roles who can then impact the culture, who can then harness other women to grow, who can then, capitalize on the social environment and human capital and et al. That you have been all discussing. So Ashwin, over to you.
I would be brief, but I'll still give you two. One is use gender-specific data in every decision making. And two, most important, as in when I see I'm the only male in this call, so there's such bright 4 women in this call. And that's the second part, is there's so many bright women around, we have to make a role model of them. Today, everybody aspires to be a role model. And, I get this question, who do you, who's the woman who you idolize? And of course, there are many, but I say Kalpana Chawla. Okay, she was one who was in space where nobody was there.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to Pramila. If you had a magic wand, what is that one thing that will move the needle? And thank you, Ashwin. Those are great ideas.
So, Dr. Shalini, I would just stay steadfast on my no dot. No policy making team, no decision making team, no innovation team should, continue to work without a woman representation in that. The minute you have them in those decisions, the perspective of equality and inclusion will automatically flow in. So I just have to, like I said, just implement that and stay with it, in spite of the challenges.
Fantastic. Great. And now over to Divya. Divya, I want to shift the question a little bit, add a little twist, and talk to you about mindset change. If you were to bring mindset change and make men not babysit their children, but take parental responsibility, what is that one thing that you would do to bring the mindset change? Sorry, I just added the twist.
No, that's perfectly all right. I think mindset change is a difficult question, and it has, because of the fact that it has quite deep-seated roots. In my own lifespan, I have started with a difficult time and kind of reached to more fluid, more enabling environment for myself and of females in my own family and around me, my colleagues and young colleagues and even seniors. I think mindset is a function of recognizing.
Give me one solution. Sorry, I'm going to bring you back. Give me one solution, one magic wand that Divya wants to give us.
Absolutely. Mindset, as I was saying, is a recognition of the fact that there is something that can be offered if one gets chance to display their opportunities and their effectiveness and their potential, and leaving some space for women to show their potential is really important to be recognized at the level of the family, at the level of the organization, at an institutional level, and also at a policy level. And I think that recognition is absolutely, exposure and recognition are two important cornerstones to mindset change.
Great. Exposure and recognition. And with that, we come to Raksha. What is that one thing that you would do to really, really move the needle at the board, at the leadership, at decision making?
I think it would be about providing insights which will lead to predictable actions and being an enabler.
So awareness.
Yes.
Awareness and insight. Excellent. This has been such a wonderful panel, and we've got such amazing nuggets of wisdom and specific actions that our audiences can take. And I know Pramila is raising her hand. So over to you, Pramila.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sharon. I just couldn't stop myself. If I had the wand once again, I think we should make paternity leave 6 months instead of leaving it to 10 days. So,
absolutely. And call it parental leave.
Yeah, parental leave, 6 months, doesn't matter mother or father.
Yeah, it's not about maternity or paternity. I loved it.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
Absolutely. Fantastic. And with that, I'm again thanks again to this wonderful panel, and over to Vandana for the next session.
Okay, thank you so much. I mean, it was just phenomenal to listen to all of you. Ashwin, I think it's so fantastic that you're looking at taking the footprint, the carbon footprint down by 90% and being carbon neutral by 25 and supply chain neutral by 2030. You're clearly putting your money where your mouth is by having 560 electric charge stations. I mean, that's quite incredible. And what you're doing with getting a board together with so many women in senior positions, it's exactly what Pramila and the others have been talking about. I also really appreciate the fact that you said that you've been doing work from home, not just because of COVID, but way before that, because I know so many women have been saying for the last 15 years, we can work from home, and nobody's believed them. And then all of a sudden COVID hits, and within 24 hours, everyone's working from home. So that's brilliant. And the idea of focused sponsorship. So thank you so much, for that contribution. Pramila, Ganesh Natarajan is a really good friend, and I messaged him on the group. Pramila spoke about you. But yes, I know Ganesh has always been a huge supporter of women, but the no red dot is absolutely fantastic. If people want to take that away and just put that on their boards, we would see a huge difference happening. And it's lovely to hear you talk about the 6 capitals, and specifically the social capital and the human capital. Holding on to the women you have, yes, we do need to get new ones in, but the idea of let's plug the leaky pipeline ourselves. Let's have male allies, I think, was also a great point. Divya, the idea of bringing lived experiences, to the forefront. The work with the 1,000 Women and Goldmans, I was proud to have been a speaker, and I've mentored a few of those women, and it's phenomenal what they're doing now that they're getting the opportunity. And that it is both men and women that need to change. It's not, you can't put the responsibility on one person's shoulders. Raksha, I loved what you said about sustainability and the sustainable business model. And I think Pramila said this as well. It has to be a way of life. It's got to be built in. It's got to be inclusive, flexible, and adaptive. And I think you also mentioned psychological safety. And I think that's what everyone's been saying. Divya's been saying it. Shalini has been saying it. What we really need to do is ensure that women feel supported and stop putting everyone forward, in front of them, but themselves and their health. It's really, really important. And your final, Shalini, the magic wands were fantastic. We got some really good points there. We've got obviously the no red dot. Let's bring in proper parental leave for 6 months. Let's give more exposure and recognition to women. Let's get more data, insights, and let's create the awareness. I think if everyone implemented just what we had in this last hour, we would make a significant step towards both of those UN goals. So thank you so much to all of you. Absolutely fantastic session. Thank you to Dr. Shalini for conducting it so brilliantly. Pramila, Ashwin, Raksha, Divya, all of you, thank you so much for all your fantastic contribution. To everyone else, we will be taking a break now. We're coming back at 3 o'clock, and we look forward to seeing you then. We are going to be championing diversity and inclusion through ESG, accelerating action towards SDG 2030. We've got Siddharth Vazir, who's going to be moderating. We've got Anne Rosenberg, who is also an author, as well as a TEDx speaker and co-founder of SDG Ambition. Namrata Gill, who's the Vice President of Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Akanksha Sharma, who's the Global Head of ESG at Sterlite Technologies. And Rachna Pandey, who's the VP and Head of Communications for Bayer. So that's going to be another action-packed session. So we look forward to welcoming all of you back at 3 o'clock. Finally, thank you again to our panel. Thank you again to everyone who's listening. See you at 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Vandana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini Vandana.
Thanks.
have two people, Ashish
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are going to be starting very shortly. So go grab your coffees or teas or finish off the last part of your lunch. And we will be going live with a couple of videos very shortly and then starting the session on time.
Is someone the co-host there?
1 minute.